up to you. Whee. Nothing I've gotten, right? I have my Wawa, I have my insipid coffee, and I have my headphones. I don't have a snack, but that's okay because I just ate some noodles before stream, so I don't think I'm gonna get hungry. 1 second, let me just adjust my seat. I'm kind of concerned though. What Mari said during the last stream about it taking a while kind of concerned me because Ace Attorney games already take a while. but if she specifically said that it'll take a while, I'm concerned. Let's see. I wanna finish the rest of the game today. Oh, hi, Isle. Hello. Yes. And oh, even in episode 1, even in the first game, the first case, the trial took 3 parts, but that isn't right because. Wait, did I save over the? Because in the first case, there was only 2 parts, so maybe it's shorter? Question mark. But yeah, either way, I will make an honest attempt to finish the case today. But if I still couldn't do that, or I'm thinking that it'll still drag on for quite a while, I will do an extra stream tomorrow or later, considering on how you view my time. Back at the usual spot. This day, yeah, 5 a.m. Yeah, my internet provider was a shithead. They said they were just gonna do like a 2-hour maintenance, and then it ended up being like, what, 6? Fuck. Another drawing stream? Ooh, actually I have an idea for that. But I really want to dedicate all of the time for Ace Attorney at the moment. Probably next. Wait, this is the second case. Third case we'll do next week, which I'm assuming is a full week. And if it's the case of regular Ace Attorney, then it's just gonna keep ramping up. Because the second case is already the filler case, if I recall correctly. So from 3 to 5, it's gonna be like probably 1 week stream for each case. And then after that, I want to do like an anime review stream where we're gonna check out all of the anime that's coming out next season. And then after that, then I'll have time to do another drawing stream. And I actually have an idea on what kind of stream to do. It's kind of like sort of a challenge, time limit, prompt kind of drawing stream. That sounds fun. But yeah, so the rest of the month is probably gonna be more Ace Attorney, and then an anime review stream, and then the drawing stream. That's my predictions for now. Mushoku Tensei, I tried it. The animation is good, but wait a second. That's a thing you have to redeem. About well, I guess we wouldn't know it's an unpopular opinion, or maybe it's not, considering it's Mushoku Tensei, and they got like banned from China. But yeah, not a fan of Mushoku Tensei, which is a shame because the animation and the quality of it. Yeah, okay, at least I would like to assume and believe that the anime community is kinda, what do you call it, split between Mushoku Tensei. Some people revere it to high heaven, and some people, like me, despise it. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I mean, yeah, there's a demographic for it. I don't want to say this because this is probably the opinion that will get me cancelled, but there is another isekai that's very popular that I also hate, and they kinda hit the similar strides which is like, yeah, this kind of genre isn't for me. Go ahead. I don't care if you like it or not. If you truly enjoyed it, then I'm happy for you. But for me, it just really isn't. It's okay, I don't like it when influencer says like, no, my opinion is right and you should stop it because I don't like it. Unless it's like actual crimes. But yeah, it's just my opinion and it doesn't jive with me. If it does for you, go. This place makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. Oh, probably Soseki. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, I somehow managed to prove you didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! You really shouldn't. I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Narado, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! You probably shouldn't say it in front of him, but there's no stopping it now. Yeah, I think the thing is with Mushoku Tensei is I don't think it's like inherently bad. It's probably at the point where like, you know, the protagonist is a diamond in the rough and he still needs to go for the character development arc. But the fact is, I really don't like how he is at the beginning. Like, yes, I want to root for him to get better, but at the same time, I really can't force myself to watch him at his worst. Like, I'm not gonna like curse him for who he is at the beginning of the game, of the anime, not the game. This isn't a game. But yeah, so I guess the thing about the internet people coming in to fix lines and do maintenance was a fucking lie. They just purposely took out our internet for 6 hours for the hell of it because they hate me. Ads, oh no. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, you're not supposed to like him. That part is obvious. But I don't really like the term as that's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to get it. You're not supposed to like him. I really don't like those statements because there's a way of portraying it without making it seem unsightly. Because yeah, I've watched a lot of animes that have like a rough start with some characters and then I managed to power through getting them like for them to get better, like surely not to the same extent because he's basically just a loser, but the protagonist for Hitman Reborn, yeah, he started out as like fucking annoying and pathetic and I hated him at the beginning and I had to like wait for 30 episodes for him to get better, which I'm sure isn't even like doesn't even and Mushoku Tensei doesn't even have that many episodes yet. But yeah, the thing is it isn't fun watching him. I mean, yeah. The thing is with me, sometimes making sense doesn't matter to me. It really is all about the enjoyment for me. Like what was the what is the anime that what do you call it? God of High School. Fucking atrocious story. But Mappa managed to make the fight scenes, even if it was like fucking boring. It got boring after a while. And there was barely little to no character development, and the plot never made a bit of sense with some kind of ass pulls. But it was fun to watch. There's nothing fun about watching that guy, I forgot his fucking name. I don't want to know his fucking name. At the beginning of the show. And like if you're telling me that that's the point, you're not supposed to have fun with him. And then like then why? Why bother? That's my opinion on it. I'm sure it's probably gonna get better, like after 12 episodes in or whatever, but if I can't stomach him at his worst, then there's there's I've watched a lot of anime. There are very few things that I can't stomach in anime. Then I don't know it. Unless someone like chains me to a chair and forces me to watch it, I'm probably not gonna get through. Or well, maybe not that extreme. Maybe if I had some friends that were like shit on him with me and we had a watch party about it, then maybe I can get through like the earlier parts. Good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. What's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? Yeah, that's the thing. What part of that is fun? What part of that character makes me want to root for him to get better? Like, the thing with that is you're giving me like a horrible person, but not a lot of reasons for me to root for him, especially in like the earlier episodes. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like a climactic scene about him where he needs to get better and whatnot, and he learns a valuable lessons, but I haven't got into those episodes yet, so at the moment I have no reason to root for him to get better. And all I'm watching now is him being like given OP powers in a new world. And I don't know why he deserves it. Of all the people that could have gotten it, it had to be him and stuff like that. Well, considering that he's a child, how fucking old was he at the beginning of the show? Like 7 or something? And then he can already master whatever the shit that tutor lady gave him or gave her. And wasn't there also a point where he summoned a huge thunderstorm that killed a horse? I mean, that's pretty OP considering the age. Fuck! Shut up, Stream Elements! Oh dear, you're here, didn't you? Oh, that was the wrong voice. Where's Susanoo? If you come and shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial. Who else? If they gave me another prosecutor for this trial, my stream title's gonna be a lie, and I can't have that. My reputation will be in shambles. Will be led by Lord Baroque Van Zieks. Van Zieks? Oh no, no. And then his theme starts to play. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I's relentlessly. Oh dear, pursued, you say? I mean, yeah, he's a persecutor. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal is the last trial, and the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all. I don't know, I'm sorry. That isn't my control. I spaced out the ads so that they come in my settings, so that they come out at like every hour. I don't know why it's doing that for you. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's on my end. I didn't click anything. But yeah, on my end, I spaced it out so ads appear every 1 hour. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The Legend of the Reaper, that says. Nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is a prosecutor. Oh no! That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end on one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. Oh no, it's so hot. A man was successfully defended and met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Hello. Do I have to put up with those ice cold eyes boring to my soul again? Excuse me, sorry. Sorry, I had a burp. It's those noodles I had. Yeah, he was stronger than most because that's the thing though. That's what makes you OP. That's kind of like every... well, okay, sure, it's not OP, but it gives you a leg above the rest. It's like that guy who managed to bring his smartphone into another, what do you call it? Into another isekai. It wasn't given to him, but that's like... Yeah, that's basically what isekai is though. Like, if you didn't have anything that's to his advantage, it would be just a straight up fantasy anime. You'd need to have like something from your world to bring into the isekai that makes you special. And that is like the most basic rule of isekai. Curse my evil spirits and help me the reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Welcome, student, Mr. Haruto Esquire! Ah, yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You aren't anyone now. But he wasn't more powerful for no reason, yeah? But he's a protagonist. He has to have something that's... the only thing that's gonna be more annoying for him is just basically just as a loser there. So, of course, the story is gonna favor him more in some ways. Like, this isn't about his character in game. This is about meta. What do you call it? Meta something. I forgot what it's called. Don't talk to me when I just woke up. I still have half of my coffee left and it's now ice cold. But yeah, that's the thing though. That's what I'm saying with isekai is you have to have something from your old world that makes you powerful in the new world. In that term, it does make him more powerful than the rest because he's an isekai character. That's the thing. It's not that it's no reason. That's literally the point. If he didn't bring anything from his original world into his new world, then what's the point of it being an isekai? Aside from the fact that he's just a fucking loser and disgusting in the real world, but then at that point, that could just be straight up reincarnation into the fantasy world. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know what you're not getting here, Isle. He's an isekai protagonist first and foremost. That's the thing. So he has to have a leg up. And so I don't know what you're trying to make a point about here, Isle. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. But also, Isle, it's been like almost 30 minutes and I keep getting sidetracked by that conversation. I'll have an anime specific stream where we can talk about this more, but for now I really want to focus on the game because I already said I'm kind of pressed for time here. Because I want to finish the game, this case, today, if not tomorrow. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go! Let's go, lesbians, let's go! Oh, yes, I forgot to say. Okay, see ya, Isle. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Scholes, oh no, what happened? It's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. Aww. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zix were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. Ooh, damn, why does that sound hot? At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're right. Oh, well said, Locum Student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear I distorted my thought. And on the spirit of Gasoline, stop! I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor. Oh, yes! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Jinosuke! Readiness for the trial, I learned from his friend, is not what the defense needs. Come on, he's just saying what you say and you're already picking him out. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Yeah, it's called racism. It was some time ago when he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. The past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now, he's back in the courtroom. Though, for some reason, only when I'm defending. Well, we kinda got the answer during the 5th trial that... This Reaper, with his curious disdain for his Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. It's called racism, bruh. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sasuke's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh no, who are they gonna be the jury? I didn't get a look at them during the wide shot. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Hey, it's you again! Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I know. I must say that I felt especially witless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Wait, why are you guys back here? Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the rootless look is very fetching, actually. Keep it in your pants, sir. This is a trial. I'm definitely... What do you mean? Oh, shit! We got a new one! That means she's definitely important. Like, her design is just a cut above the rest. She's definitely gonna be part of this trial or something. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bombs tonight or the missus will go for the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light and lead his flock to the righteous footing. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of the judgment is in the hands of 6 members of double and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement with the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. I'm pretty sure they just have like a handful of jurors. Oh shit, sorry, I hit my mic. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Really? Why? No, it should be a fresh face. This is a fresh case. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statements, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to the eccentric police before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate. I thought that said penetrate. a most blood-curdling crime. That's okay. Yeah, I have a dedicated anime stream. Don't you worry. We're gonna talk about all of the animes that I hate. No, I'm kidding. Well, just basically a lot of anime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an English gentleman, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, codes off immediately, sir! Oh, he's getting serious with me. Codes off immediately. The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself. He can do that? I thought you weren't allowed to call a witness to the stand or something as a prosecutor. Witnesses, your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division, sir.
Oh, Kosaki Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student, to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Lainey, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir.
I'm glad it doesn't use that much slang.
The incident occurred at the Garridam household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. The defendant had already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume that the door of the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Yeah, I was wondering. That also makes me wonder now, because one of Grex's reasoning for how that somebody could have gotten in, even if it was a locked door thingy, or got it out, was that even Mr. Garridam didn't have a room to his key. So why would Natsume have a room to his key? Apparently spares don't exist during 18th century London. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Shakespeare, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer at the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Oh, we have pictures now. Colors. Oh no, we had colors the moment we arrived here.
There's a leak? I never noticed that there was a leak when we were investigating the room. Okay. Yeah, nothing seems off aside from the leak. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. No one even tried to check.
That's right. Everyone present believed that that's exactly what he was.
Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. I need photograph. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes! As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? Oh my god, Ryu, guide him what to do. He might just incriminate himself. They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted?
My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings at my lodgings!
The tenants before me died of mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed Mr. Natsume? How? I don't know. On that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Shakespeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, wait, why the gas stove? Are like stoves supposed to be like heaters during this time? The stove went out and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, mister. That's what you're focusing on, okay? But it's cold! They're running those to trees! The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Do we have like a medical report of the victim? Come on, I need deets! Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one point, my lord. One more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. Sorry? It's all the wine! I got full with the wine! I had a lot to drink before the court trial. And he has named the true victim. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. He is so thick! Like whenever he turns his body, he is so thick! God damn! He's thicker than the walls I have in my house. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! You have anything else to say, Lord? Come on. You're kind of overusing your catchphrases here. Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? It really does. I think I saw earlier that he's apparently 192 centimeters tall. Holy shit. Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this occasion? What have you to say for this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information I've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunities to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good. Then, you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord! It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink. After which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? That makes a point. That was a good point. Oh, okay. Never mind. Thanks, Gregson. How do you pronounce that? Skirstein. Skirstein? Takes some time to affect the takes some time to have it affect the body. Sorry, it's all this fish and chips. I think I was having a minor cardiac arrest. Please, people don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim should have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea had been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they?
Excuse me, sorry, that was a burp. Look at Chinosuke!
I didn't even like take the teacups from the scene of the crime, so I'm guessing they haven't.
Why didn't I think of that? You don't think, Ryunosuke, that's the issue here. Well, as it happens, no, we haven't been able to.
Because you took it from the crime scene? Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't it the first thing you should have done?
My learned Nipponi's friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. Oh, sorry, that was me. I was imagining my time advancing to the court again. I was very thirsty.
With current scientific technique, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. What about the soap? I see, thank you. The matter is clear. How would you have, confirmed that unless you asked the victim? Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend.
What?
You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accuser's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity.
Why do you like this?
He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me.
Oh, everyone's so mean to me. Yay! Oh, I never noticed he had another glove for some reason. Even though we did the dance of deduction, I really like the look of it. Like one arm guard and then just one glove. Kinda nice. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Wow, it's all... Why are you like this? Yes, my lord. It's only the first one in it, and we have like, what, 6 to examine? The other ones had like 4 or something. I have 5 again. Do you have anything new? We have the teacups right here. Can they like swap this part? Really nothing else in this teacups aside from the inside. What about this soap? Oh! It's gone! Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When I first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc at this depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty. Where could this have gone? Okay. Did it somehow melt away or something? I want the medical report from the victim!
Mata!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
No! We weren't friends! Not at all! Not at all! Never, ever!
A simple no would have sufficed.
Well, that's kind of like fucked up because he doesn't have his arm bent at the moment, so that motion was kind of, they kind of overlook some things for this costumes, ha! But it's worth it for Chinosuke on his shoulder. Look at him, he's peeking over his collar.
Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shamsphere fancies himself on having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together.
Come now, no Nipponese could ever... Well, fuck you! I'm not reading that, no. And on the night in question, that was the topic of the conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back to my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside the street, and it was around 6 o'clock. Then the timeline isn't making sense. 6 o'clock. But Mr. Garrideb said that the lamps lit up at 8 o'clock, and then you said you met up with him at, 9 o'clock. Huh. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. What? Out? So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate, but did I have ill intentions? No! Not one, not two, not any! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then, tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. A literary debate about Shakespeare's work, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? Even he was curious about that. I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? No, Chinosuke! Did you guys see Chinosuke? He was completely parallel to the ground. Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly than with a reenactment. So, we battled it out in a Greco-Roman style, actually. What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. So, when you say reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? Look at Chinosuke! Man, he has grips of steel on that shoulder. He was Romeo, I was Juliet. And after a vigorous, wild tussle, there are implications to this. I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no signs of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? Oh, I feel bad for him. My tea was harmless. Of course it was. And do you, this is the wrong voice. And do you have any basis for that statement with this? Yeah, because I think you have to say it was in the cup, right? The poison was in the cup because he would have been poisoned if he knew the poison in the tea. Excuse me, my nose. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Ew! Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume. Yes, definitely! By heaven and earth, I swear it! The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When the tenants returned to their room and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flickers. Yes, Mr. Garrideb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to the Shakespeare's room. I know that for certain. Why do you know that?
He must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My Jew is harmless, completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! Oh no, he's not dead. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I need to Google how to fucking pronounce that word, if it even is real. Wait, let me Google it. I cannot, it's bothering me that I have to like spit all over my bike to able to say that word in the way that I'm saying it now. No omniscient reader. Later, I will finish reading you later. But yeah, while I'm Googling it, I was reading omniscient reader's viewpoint earlier. It was really nice. I kind of see where all the hype is about. Street side. Pronunciation. Oh, it's rat poison? Damn. Okay, everyone, listen closely.
Strychnine.
Strychnine, okay. It was strychnine all this time. I was just overcomplicating it. It was strychnine. Strychnine takes some time to take effect in the body. So apparently it's rat poison? Damn. I hope that wasn't like a spoiler or anything. Because apparently it's a real life chemical. And when I googled it, the other thing that came out was rat poison. So that's what I'm taking. How long does it take for the symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. That's not right. That's not right. 30 minutes he would be kneeling over, but then Mr. Garadov said that the lights turned off at 1. Wait, that still makes sense. That still makes sense. Because Susato said that when you pay for the gas at it lasts 2 hours, so it still makes sense. Okay, never mind. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful, right? This is literally the 3rd poison case in this whole duology. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. Yes, finally! I have the medical record from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. You should have given that out at the beginning, bitch. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will review the Oh, yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Let me read it, Susie. Oh, it was 31. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance have been mixed into the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. Oh, that doesn't make well with okay, Assessed for the victim's pocket watch that appeared to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. Okay. Didn't Natsume have like a statement that said about like 11:30 or he left at 11, but then the poisoning took place on like 1:30. That's our inconsistency here. Great. Wait, let me just check. This is around 11. I'll just press this.
In case I get anything else. The argument still stands, you say?
This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused later left.
Exactly! They hit me to your innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! Just me, I had to burp. Okay, let's reread that carefully. Wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Okay, that might damage our case a little if I point that out.
I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So, you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shapespeare could have locked the door after you've gone.
But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? Well, do you? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there's sufficient grounds to infer guilt in this matter.
Wait! I have something to present!
Oh. That's the extent of your testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So, we need to find an inconsistency in the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid as things stand, that you are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. Focus on the poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Yeah, I got it. But also at the same time, I'm gonna save. Where was the one that said 11? Oh, I was already on it. Okay, the music stopped. We're on the right track. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the report, on the medical report, unconditionally?
Of course you can. There's no problem with that report, sunshine.
Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
What? What are you on about?
According to the report, oh man, I'm just looking at that glove and it's a really good look. How did I not notice this while we were doing the dance of deduction? I really like that glove for some reason. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning, and yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours for a missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 hours after the defendant left? Why are you? They had the same exact animation, what the fuck? The defense argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh god damn it, he has the alcohol out again. Oh my god, my coffee is ice cold. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. Motherfucker. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea.
How many text boxes until he breaks the glass? There you go. I think that was like 3. Oh, I also saw like a really cute fan art at one point where like he got a splinter when he broke that, and it just like turned into like Galaxy Cat because
There's blood on my hands.
wait, actually let me see. I think it should be fairly new in our server, so I might be able to chase after it. But let's see. I hope it has a link to it. I don't remember if it was just an image file that was sent or
Pray forgive the discourtesy.
no. Like server with my friends and I, like with Mari and Ama, my other friends that have like been featured on the stream. That's our friend servers. Oh no, it's only an image file, damn it. I wonder if this will work. I don't know if that will work because of how the link is like, but I really like the third panel of that comic. Fancord when? I don't know, man. I don't know. Because like I don't know how many people would be interested in it, and at the same time I don't know what to do with like a Discord. A phantom? Oh my god, do we actually have like phantom themes here? That would be so cool.
Is it so hard to imagine that a victim drank his tea after the accused had left?
Yeah, people chat. To what? And do Discord things? Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know how to organize a Discord server. I'm very bad with those.
For example,
Maybe I'll make it like a follower goal. Like when I reach 100 followers, I'm gonna make a Discord server.
for example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than a cold tea.
What? That sounds like bullshit. The point is, if there's such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibility, Counsel?
Yeah? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor.
Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it.
Maybe I can have like one of those gauge things or counters on my screen, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to set it up. It's kind of weird sometimes. When I try to set it up for like a 69 follower goal, it's giving me like extra followers I didn't know I had, which contradicts with what Twitch says. So I don't know, man. But it's 101, so maybe there's a big enough gap for it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel? Mr. Shakespeare has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Oh! But he could be lying. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lee. That was weak sauce. Somehow the silence is more scathing than his racist remarks.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside of the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy.
Carriage? What carriage?
It would seem that the key player is in this case has just arrived.
Is Shamspear here? Hold it.
What?
Oh no, it really is him! Out! Out! Brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. Shit! That is OBS. Fuck! Poor player. That strut and frets his hour upon the stage, and then it's heard no more. It is late. Tobey, an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Oh, sir, are you?
How is he considered poor? He has like 6 gems on his nipples or something. William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone with these bitter events. I am the victim. Oh, and there's one more gem on his dick. What? What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed.
Chinosuke! You're calling him as a witness?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Happy I am, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English.
The judge, that will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Oh no, oh no. What the fuck? Looks like a potato. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've got a glimpse of that man before.
State your name and occupation for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of verse so sweet, they do set the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. Oh my god, I love his animation so much! I love that the budget went to animations this game.
An unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great poet to be recalled to life with you? Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
Oh, the name's Matterman. Adrian B. Matterman. Meterman. I don't get the pun in his name. There's Meterman, yes, I get that. So he's probably in charge of like the gas meters or the pipes or whatever. But I don't get where the Adrian B comes from. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End Branch Office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh, yes, she's right. It's him! Oh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? What's this man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see just doesn't get such logics. Is there something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, can we have a word? What was that? It looks like a nutcracker. Bye. Chinosuke and his shoulder.
Yes, he spotted him outside Mr. Garden's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does it have to do with the case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare.
And stops existing, right? Strikes a pose and disappears in style.
You are the living victim. You are the victim. This is miserable. You are the miserable. I give up.
Oh, heaven. Oh, hell.
Do you command me to remember?
Also, hi, Dark.
The sweet poison that jets across me and across my innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial with his doctor's permission, actually. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt in the juror's mind, I'm sure.
The sound effect! There was like a harp sound or something.
Behold! You have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel, indeed.
How's the trial going? I feel like I'm at LSD. With this man who just...
Thus, may I, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily,
Why did he do like a body roll into the camera there?
honest of hearts, as all heaven angels be.
Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. Sure. No, not at all.
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
They're actually taking this Seraph anagram idea seriously.
Is the man doing videos?
I have no fucking clue. I think he's above drugs at this point. He's just a being of his own.
Thank you, Batista, for your illuminating introduction. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean.
Oh, what? Me? Well, no. Not now.
Allow me to enlighten it, my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question? And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin stroker is here. Wait, is he already in the court record? How young is he?
Oh damn, he's 23, so around the same age as Ryu. In 32! Jesus Christ, guys! I don't know, Shams. Wait. Wait, the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, let's get this straight. Natsume is younger than Herlock, but Natsume is older than Van Zeeks. Bruh. Bruh. What the fuck? Oh shit. God, man, I need to get over it.
This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on, no. I'm just here. I'm just here existing. Not anymore.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies! You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
What am I This man hips don't lie. I am sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Natsume, but those hips don't lie. So, unfortunately, you are guilty. Goodbye.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pains me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
He doesn't want to.
The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. bitter as his truth, and then he left. I did fall prostrate on my table. Really good, is that truly the fruitiest we've seen? I feel like, yeah, he is fruity beyond doubt. He is over the fruity scale. He is the fruitiest, I have to say. I feel like I don't even know what the rest of the cast is like going forward, but this man cannot be topped. Oh wait, no, he can actually be topped. He's a major bottom. "'Twas the tea alone that passed my lips that late hour. Naught less. Naught else?"
I was outside this book's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Why? No one else was in his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night. Sorry, my nose is all clogged and it's making saying his name harder.
That's right. Of course, the block's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So, I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
Why? Also, I'm giving you a Gregson voice. I need to differentiate you.
Potato Man.
The question is, sir, why? Jesus Christ. I need to differentiate your voice. Because if Gregson appears in the stand again and you two are there, you're gonna have the same voice. You know, so what voice do I give him? Well, now that is on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stir in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing anybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. Oh, is he a bee? He's a bee! Wait, is that where the pun is? A drawn bee meter man? Yeah, he's a bee! What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. I don't know, man. This entire courtroom is a fucking circus. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. So are we just not gonna question what the fuck he was doing outside in the freezing cold? Well, I believe this may be the final testimony. Bruh, what? It's only been an hour and 30 minutes. There's no way this is the final thing. No, Ace Attorney games. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Oh god. I will say though, it's fucking fun to voice this fruity motherfucker. So I kind of want to press all of his statements. To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh shit! Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at the time did the mustachioed Japanese visit your room. Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. This man is just fucking swaying his hips and doing body rolls in the stand. I can't. It's my favorite character so far. Or well, aside from the main cast, it's my favorite NPC. Wait, are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes? And we were embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means the discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiments. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name's a woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jiu-Jitsu, but... Did they kiss? Probably! The fucking animations, my dudes! I am dying! They probably kissed, but that would involve a knife, so probably not. Where did I dream to be a skilled practice being the comely maiden? Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. It's gonna give Van Zeke's nightmares for days. Perhaps you can reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly, I will do thy bidding. Let me stop you there. Mr. Nasimel left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2... It wasn't until after 2 that... What? Oh, right, because they were saying that he drank the poison at 1:30. So with the 30-minute interval, it would be like after 2, since he drank, okay. But wasn't until after 2 that the poison made collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. I don't want to move from the screen, guys. This is mesmerizing. What the fuck? I don't want to move from the screen. I love it. I don't want to move. Fuck. Fuck shit. Yeah, we're in a time limit here. I want to finish this case today, but Jesus Christ. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. It's an easy task. What? I did drink the tea not while my guest did tarry, but after hitting a leave of the fate was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily when my lips parched. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, just quite ordinary, sire. After all. Yes, I'm doing it. I love it. I love it. I love this one so much. I don't know how they can top this, but this is my favorite. Like, witness, victim. I don't fucking know. Murderer. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument, there be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and less stronger. Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas this stupid lover of words that attempted to shuffle me off this mortal coil. I don't know about that matter. Well, I don't know what that means. Why was there soap on your plate? So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper? You had like... Wait, that might... Look at the picture again. Yeah, you had like a fork in your hand, bruh. But apparently you were eating soap. Fire luxury. Fire gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. I don't fucking know, man. It kind of sounds like he's also slightly dying on the inside. When he said like, okay, we do not want to hear more about that Romeo and Juliet fist fight. It sounded like he was slowly dying inside. Sorry? I'm a bit... This man has more animation than the entire main cast, and I love it. I would that my belly were full, no more often as sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the grand bard and playwrights. Hence, is it that there don't in my chamber be that the costumes of fine arts? That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Wow! Ew! Gross! Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, isn't it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word would be within my skull. Just don't imagine otherwise. Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around? Do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is into tea. He had a fork. I feel like that's the inconsistency here. Excuse me? After the president took it, I'm gonna present the picture. Start. I ate like a bowl of noodles before stream, but it shouldn't make me this full. Holy fuck. But the windows in the house were all filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. We've heard that of window tax like a dozen of times. I'm tired of it. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in for that gap. Yes, that were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside this wall. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially in freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. Why? What's with all this theatrical stuff? Out of interest, Mr. Witterman, after the accused has left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, never left. No, that was... I forgot the voice I gave him already. He was in a room that... yeah... No, if I do this, it sounds so similar to Van Zeke's. Jesus Christ, what I give you. Do I just give him like a high-pitched, gremly voice? Like what I did with Mr. McKill did. But no, that sounds like Sham Spears. Holy shit, it's such a large variety of characters. I ran out of voices. No, never left. He was in the room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation in the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide, although the culprit could have removed the receptacle. I feel like if I was a voice actor, I would have more variety, though, Vital. Yes, easily explained, Counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with that logic. Don't admit to it so soon. What are you, a pussy? Wait, you didn't really answer why. You were peeping. You say a short, little, round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then. How many other short, little, round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course it was only a narrow gap, and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And then the person you saw arrive, did he and Mr. Shamspear drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. I know, right? Man, sometimes Fanziques, I love Fanziques, but sometimes it makes me nervous. I'm saying some very unforgivable things. Beginning years, it's only years ago. Yeah, I guess my channel is not just a live no, not live, a visual novel channel now. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Oh yeah, because Juliet. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, didn't know what to make of it. But the fact that I was in a pretty dress kind of makes me... Nah, no. Yeah. The fact that a pretty dress was highlighted. I'm sorry, I'm coughing. What he's saying is but it was 9, and then there was someone short. I was like, when pretty dress was highlighted, I was like, oh, there was a woman. But then it lines up in the timeline. If it was indeed 9, then yeah, that's probably not someone in the dress. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Mitterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim of the night in question? No questions. Gasman's honor. Huh? Probably not Same. Oh no! It's them! My lord! Good to see. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut, listening and listen up to now, but this has gone long enough. Are you all with me? This is gonna be another summation examination. Yes! Yes, Queen, yes! Are we to understand that you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Correct, we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after I identified those few hours that followed the accused living the victims. Well, I was in the middle of doing that! I had something to present, you bitch! Yes, those 3 missing hours, as you put it. Well, in the end, what difference do they make? Not as far as I can see. And since this is not the voice I gave you earlier, and since it's now apparent there's only really no reason to delay our decisions any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bops home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be appraised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Yuzai!
Oh, her voice is
Yuzai!
much deeper than I was expecting.
Yuzai!
This can't be allowed. I'm in the middle of something. All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So, Mrs. Salmon Lees, this time at least, it seemed justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Get up, Mr. Nanado, please! The trial isn't over yet. Now I have summation examination. Get up, bitch, get up.
What do you mean, Mr. Sato?
Oh, right. I'm being reintroduced to summation examination. Okay. What about the information I found in the information law? I'm scared that belongs in defense in this situation. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have the jury in Japanese courts, of course, but there is a British court of law. If we reserve the decision of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. Trial can end now. I wish they kept like the armband in this costume, because it only makes sense. Because it's literally in his possessions that he has the armband. Whatever it takes, I just can't let it happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Why am I not surprised at my learned friend's inability to admit defeat?
I subconsciously took out the Nipponese part, but maybe that's for the best.
You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend, instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly no other defense counsel or innocent substance exercised the right for a summation examination. That's their own fucking fault.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Oh, you fucking watch me like change these people's mind like 3 times over. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with a summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord. We know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds on which you find the accused guilty of the crime in which he stands accused.
The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman. It's straight up. That's no doubt to.
Are you sure?
No, not the man. Well, I'm just glad a good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Who's what they accuse by comparison? He's Japanese, stooped all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Oh damn.
There's no evidence to suggest that the gangling actor is a fraudman. For now, at least.
So we have to contradict this immediately.
I don't really care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all. I'm watching the levels and I feel like I'm okay, right? Anyways, every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all of the jurors have come to a conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you have anything about that? No. Gregson said he was like in jail before because of some petty crimes, but how do we prove that? If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. I can't say I blamed him, Ryunosuke, so was I! And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said has appeared to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I feel like... what if like Ryunosuke does some weird dances or some
weird theatrical bullshit. Because they seem to listen to Van Zeeks and Shakespeare really well when they do that. I plead with the jury as Sasuke as we have before and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for you to remind you exactly how the summation examination works, Mr. Nasser. I know. Oh. Well, you're really ready to laugh. After all, that's true. Suppose it's just like a suspicious and running my hands out, so there's always a chance that I have forgotten some of the crucial details to hear that set us out. I wonder what you're talking about again or not. No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. Oh, you bet. There's been plenty. I think it's important we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by something at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be there for you. The key to this is your statement. Finding 200 responding to her. Without further ado, please consult examination. Ah, Janosuke! Yes, my lord. The fucking Shakespeare in the back. Yeah. I'm getting hints that I have to put this guy. No, I need to find new evidence. I need evidence that like he did time or something. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? No doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. He's... Okay. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, point is, the only thing that's past the victim's lips that night was a Japanese man's tea. So should I also like present the picture to him? But no, that's not what his statement is about. When you take that guy's testimony to count as... why are you getting the Gregson voice as well? Well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Oh, look at Janosuke! But let me be frank here, I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespeare chump is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen in the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Oh, yeah, perhaps. Though, I don't see it happening. Was that elderly gentleman? No, you'll have to speak up. Look, I don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have here on the jury then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay. Alright, you can show me. Okay, he changed his thing. I'll press it again because it changed it. Will you stand by that statement? What do you take me for? I'm a gentleman, sir. A man of my word. So, let me be perfectly clear about this. If it turns out that the old Shakespeare chump is a rotten liar after all, I gladly change my decision to the defendant. Oh, it's the same shit. Now I don't know because somehow that didn't have the picture. No, that didn't have the statement of him not eating anything. Because my logic here was that he was holding a fork when he passed out. So clearly he was attempting to eat something, but now that was erased from that statement. So I don't know. Okay, let's get this racist woman out of the way as well. Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man and the victim here, the reason, what reason we have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behave so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him.
I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madame. Thank you so much. Okay, that was bullshit. You can't take anything from that statement. No, no, no! Not one of these things have a reason to find a man guilty. Well, he is fishy. There's no point doubting on the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops, and also that sounds like racism! I see. You arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. Oh, do you want me to dance in the middle of the court? Let's bring Sherlock here. Dance with the elections, baby. Let's go! You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. Wow. You really love your word plays. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin man next to him says, isn't it? And we're just gonna take his word for it? Like, no one finds it suspicious that he was just watching some guy over in his window late at night? Well, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. Oh, this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. Van Zieg's doing the waltz! I want to see that. Okay, let this. Need to get evidence. A fraudster? What do you mean by that, madame? It really is most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take actions for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of Altamont Gas Company. Ah, so you're definitely connected to this case, then. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? I don't know if that's a Shakespeare character as well, or there was another pun in there. I didn't catch the pun. Gas is the future energy in this country and around the globe. But proper handling is essential. As I'm sure my employee from the East End branch office would be. I'm very still agree, sorry. I had noodles before this trial as well. Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Queen Bee! Oh, she's Queen. Oh, she's. Okay, Queen Bee. I get the pun there. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Narada. Right. He bowed in defense for his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths that populations of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So, I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudster. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, be very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish the sentence with a grubby little gas thief. Oh shit, she is definitely connected to this case. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. Fate, wouldst thou hold me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But there of seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song.
We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. So they're like a thief. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the ultimate gas explosion. So, Mr. Shamster has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it a bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about abject violence, if not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be the shift in balance. That victim was on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas. Okay, so that's like the thing we picked for the foreman. That's a bold claim. How could you be so sure? It's really very simple. Noble lady of gas, I pray thee, hold thy tongue. I beg your pardon? Hath the rank untoward air that doth our darkness illuminate any place in this assembly? Nay! 'Tis a sole import that someone would extinguish the light of mine own life. Verily, I ne'er recall stealing thy gas, but pray, let the matter rest till anon. Oh, you little... Begging your pardon, my lady, but I suggest you don't say any more at this stage. We need hard evidence first. If I keep secretly watching the smoke, I'll get him in the end. He'll slip up! Do you think maybe that secret's out of the bag? Oh, this is so frustrating. These guys, usually the ones that have nothing to say, these kind of statements, when you press them, they give you like information. And they'll change their, what do you call it? Their statements. You keep talking about needing to take help somebody. What's that? Did you forget all about the case? Remember that, like, he was thrown into the flames because of his wife at one point. Finish, lass. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It has the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby. Also, finish, lass? Did you actually put your money on someone whose name is Finish Lass? It was a dead cert. That's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's Secret Service, like. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid Finish Lass. Oh dear, I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip to the pub. Oh, come on, let the business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not going to happen. That's not my problem, bro. So he didn't change it. Okay, so this one seems like significant. What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not much boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said, you're an early riser! Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by around 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night! That's right. You see, 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. Yes, and hopefully no makes sense, they'll change their meanings. Yeah, they're going to University if you're unable to I have okay, I know who to pick for now. But I'll save first. you and Lady here. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statement do you prefer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? Wait, I have to watch it. I want to watch his hip. Wee! Yeah! Presumably, you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altmont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So, the good lady says, there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. That's true. We don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless still. What? You heard me, seeing as his operations has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word.
Yeah.
If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare is a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Well, I did say that. This is the wrong voice again.
And as I hold it, and as a man honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me?
Oh, well, that was easy. So I get like 5 or do I get like 6 immediately? Oh no, that's 6. There's like 2 ladies here, so 4 immediately. Sorry, I had to do like basic math, and it fucked with me. Now that we found the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matters further.
Well, I'm perfectly honest. I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So this means you'll recap a few points that would sit me down to the ground. But he's also giving a verdict anyway, so...
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are.
Okay, I got 4 immediately. Nice. What is he doing? Why is he looking down at them? That's so funny.
That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory! It looks so cute.
Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jurors' leading has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare the court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shakespeare. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
Hear no evil, see no evil.
But you gods will give us some fault to make us men. So God's mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaking out which concerns him most. Noch my gas, noch my chinea. Ay, just burneth bright a while, but it had no substance, and it does not reek foul.
Oi, what did you just say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you denied the allegations of Gath, thitherly? Most heartedly, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Oh my god, I'm doing like what he's doing.
flowery mouth, pompous beanpole just because I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Sorry, fucking cough.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit for the crime has been identified. All testimonies heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. Okay, wait, just give me an idea. I just had like a little mind fart. Oh, was it a mind fart or like epiphany? I was gonna say like I theorized a woman was there and like grappled with him. And basically we have a whole new model in the jury that is kind of basically confirmed to be related to this case. So I'm already guessing it's juror number 4. That was lady in a pretty dress. And if that is the case, then the gas man has all the reasons to lie about seeing her there or not. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it will be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the... I assure you, my lord, that may we sorry, all of the wine. That would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Thus, didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gasman's honor. Very well then, you will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord.
It will be a pleasure. On the Elwood Gazette. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have significant bearings on the name of my husband's company. Therefore, I would like to take a stand alongside him as a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh shit. You're gonna put yourself in a sad face for making my job easier.
Woohoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey! Yeah! He's a total sim. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Oh, very cute.
Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Ooh, it's gonna sting! You mark my words! So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as the almond gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world? Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? Oh man, he's been smelling the fumes. I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm Phantom, the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits. Each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, that means the meter to Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it.
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thievery, what is? Oh man, okay. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow challenge. In a more layman's term, God, I need a fucking drink. Is there anything we can get from this? There's a leak, but I'm not sure if that's about the gas. And I can't see from this angle, but does it look tampered with? And yeah, I saw this like crack in the wall before when we were in the actual room, but it wasn't investigatable. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zieks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance, for fuck's sakes, dude. I mean, they're doing it in your court. Just saying. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. When the cup isn't enough, you have to throw the whole bottle away. Do as you will. Lord Van Zieks appears to be in a violent mood. I mean, isn't that how he always is? Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. Why is your voice deeper? Why are you trying to copy Van Zieks? But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. So he's still living. At this point, I kinda somewhat have theories about it, like, it's this lady that poisoned him or whatever. That's my guess at the moment. So that means you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters. What to do? I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspear? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in this meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me. It really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spent all his gas money on books. And then, when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth! No! You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Man. Not much to say, really, but as you wish. You didn't change the first one, right? So, all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest models, the height of technology, developed by our company, Ultima Gas. And everyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters on their property, yes. So, if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use that 3 coins in a night. A bit more than usual, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Sasuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in this room of his, does he? Some people will choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. It's gonna be a fucking fire hazard with all those bugs. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 2 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Capitalism. This This is the start of the dystopia we all are heading to. Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pitching gas for us for ages. And you've examined over to Mr. Shamspear's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demand a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspear Special. That sounds like it would have caused an awful lot of repent pieces. But even after all that rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said, you what? Jeez, why is his eye like that? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jammed open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what! A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Can I have it? Oh. Right here. Gimme! Baby wants his toy! No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to administer this item while the trial is ongoing. Gimme! Baby has a new toy! Definitely. There's anything unusual about it. But that's why we're gonna check. Nothing behind. Oh, there's a hole! Oh, what's that? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just here, there's a little hole. How did they not see this? When they were inspecting the machine? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. It seems like the people at Alta Mall Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way the coin would fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. How did they fucking miss that? Also, it's a neat thing. It's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax. So, if Mr. Scholes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief is that kind is not the sort of thing Mr. Scholes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, that's understandable that gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, isn't it? That's it. That's it? I think the hole was the only thing you were supposed to see. Well, let's move this along, shall we? Continue your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oh. Should I present the gas meter? I feel like I should. There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box has been opened. Oh? How? Oh, the beeswax. I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Do you care to explain?
Well, now, in a matter of in order to empty the meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
A seal? Like the sort of thing you put on an envelope?
Something like that, yes. Basically, this is the wrong voice I gave you again.
You can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside of it as well, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So what you mean?
Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it.
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Not much. Because they did literally mention that a coin can't go through the hole. And I think what I'm trying to prove in this area is that he was like putting in coins but then like somehow it's going out again. But and like there's this puddle I'm assuming that was caused by him making another hole on his new thing. How do you notice he's been using gas though?
Well, now, this is the wrong voice again.
As I started investigating this bloke, I've been up to his room more than a few times. Every single location, his lamps has been blazing and his stove pounding. And it's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks and says,
Get thee to a nunnery!
"Oh! Hamlet indeed.
Oh,
When Ringlet Bull snapped, I got all hot under the collar. And all, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary too.
why is he doing that?
What's wrong with this world? Where's the justice?
But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
It's a simple explanation. It's right before your eyes.
What?
A toast to your eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice.
Oh!
You what? Good lord. Eminently plausible. Okay, so bitch! When I try to accuse someone using nothing but my gut feelings, I get penalized and you call me an idiot and some other slurs, but you here are just blatantly claiming that the fucking B-man is working with the fucking gas fee. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, please, Lady Quimby. I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us Gusmen collect don't tally with how much gas is used, you ducker pay me the same amount. So, you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly, that makes no sense. So, I would demand to see, like, a life from Van Ziek's taken. Oh, sorry, I accidentally need my mic.
Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No! I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest if I want to steal from the company and be finished. It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. No, you motherfucker! Pray forgive me if the shatter some illusionary my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since they've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh, I might have two cases that have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. On the gas station investigating Mr. Shamster, there must be something to it, but then how is he managing to seal our gas? Okay, I'll present the one whole that lady statement. The one who said it wasn't tampered with. Like money, no gas score, just our grass. The meter didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though the collection agent has the only key. Okay, let's oh shit. Wrong key. Let's present the meter. Okay, the music stopped. I think we're good. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly did show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made in the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right! You're quite right! There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that! None of the others do!
Hey, look at you, Dosuke!
In other words, we could assume that Mr. Shamspear clearly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all too surprised. But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny! You couldn't get a farthing for that! Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is... I'm not sure. I think it's about the coins, but also how it dismantles also makes sense. I'll do the coins first. I don't know if I got it right. There wasn't like a clear distinction there. But yeah, the guy said not even like a farthing, which I'm assuming is their tiniest coin can fit there. So I feel like this is wrong. What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does a meter know the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Ah, I see where you're getting it now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape, size, which includes their thickness. A penny is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will omit her formal testimony with that information in case it's printed. Was that the right choice? Is that the right choice? I feel like that didn't really get us closer to the truth. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-piece coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness. Oh! I get it! He was using like some other weird shit he has here that's embedded in the coin, in the soap, I mean. He was using that in place of like the 3-pence coin. And I'm assuming it's something that's meltable. And like somehow overnight it melted into Ryu's pocket. It would seem that anything matching 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally, well, be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The way comes into it to a certain extent as well. Who thought that though? Anyway, if I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for a moment like that, us gasmen do. Live for them. Ha ha ha. Presume the gas company has thought of something. Woo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Ultimate all the way! Let's go, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
That's quite enough of that.
Remind me, how big are threepenny bits?
About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Natsume? Is the suit measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on?
Okay, so I think I got it wrong. I'm gonna say... So I should have like asked how to dismantle it. Okay, shit. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, it does make some sense. The padlocks are made by first-class locksmiths from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure that it won't be opened. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Woohoo! Yeah! Nothing less than the ultimate meter! No coins, no gas, no nothing! I see. The witness will render formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. Do I get you? As you wish, my lord. Okay, the one with the coin thing made more sense to me. Like, now I don't know what I present to this lady. They said no leaks, but there's clearly a leak right under here. Oh man, I'm not sure anymore. Is it different? Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, I've tried, but they've all given up before long.
After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal actions.
Yes, that makes sense.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh shit, this is a new tactic. Like they aren't giving him they aren't making it clear. They aren't like basically giving you the answer. You have to like choose from one. Like what Okay. So I know like the line of reasoning here. He was using like wax or like coins to fake a penny or pence, whatever the fuck it was called. But I don't know if like presenting the bar of soap immediately. I'm gonna save. Okay, let's see. Cheap piece of art discovered nothing is a reddish medallion. Wait, Oh, it changed! There's a circular depression in the side, about 2 centimeters across. Oh, 3/4 of an inch. Ah! Do you think? We did find this soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes! Yes, there are 2 bars at the little ledge just outside the window. So, we took this one. But I'm sure when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Yes, okay. We got it. It was kind of weird that you had to examine it twice, but I guess, yeah, it makes sense because now it's more clear. That was clever, though. That was clever. Let me confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, The meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Well, by something of coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Natsuma's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the size of a threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this. Whoa. Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap! It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point exact. Okay. Kokuda! We have to turn over the soap and see what I mean. Ah! You're referring to the round depression in the middle of the soap here. That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or, in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here have who has money? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. It sounds rather like highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks for the kind member of the public in the gallery. I have here a threepenny bit. Now to see if it fits. Perfect. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected, this, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Whoa, I don't believe it! Oh, she has like a striped dress. So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes! That's basically what I've been trying to say, Van Ziegler. Were you literally drunk off your mind just now? Weren't you listening to the thing I was saying? The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a low-quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating a coin's shape. This guy is like sloshed. You could just, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. It would make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together, and I mean, what does the gas have to do with Natsume? Okay, let's wait. It's the method Mr. Shakespeare has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. No, I'm not missing him right here. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. What? This is all nonsense! If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could have made them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? What, did you get it too? The fact that there is a hole? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used. I don't know if you should call it magical, but okay. Used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify this representative in the court at once. Turn that shit upside down! We found this bar of soap in the scene of the crime, just outside of the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap. Oh, I I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Oh, it was ice. Did you say ice? What is it gonna do when winter is over then? Well, I guess if it's after winter, you don't need like a stove over here. But you still need light, which I guess is why he has candles. Mr. Shamspear has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. Oh, it was water. Wait! So he didn't drink the tea. That why it was reddish is because that's the thing he used to make the medallions. Ah, it's all coming into place. Okay. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid and exported. Then, it takes the fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. In his room, it becomes very comfortably warm. The ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made by the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoings, this man has been stealing for Altamont Gas. I mean, yeah, steal from the rich is my thing here, but I don't really condemn him, but this is it. We have to like prove something of a murder. Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? Has been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? Oh, that's right, madame. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless? What are you getting mad at me for? I'm fairly sure I didn't decide it. Evidence! Sorry? I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof! She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Oh, Susato, why are you so sad? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this? I'm guessing here it's the picture. Because there was like a visible, what do you call it? Puddle in the picture. Get out of here. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at a time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. Piece of evidence associated. I'm gonna save. I'm assuming it's a picture. And if that puddle still exists in his room, and it is in fact that he used the tea to make the coins, then that just means that the police can like investigate that puddle. Yep, I got it right. This photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspear. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspear's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. Ah! If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was hitting his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly. Oh no, we don't have to! They don't have to investigate the stain on the floor. They just have to get the other bar of soap that was on the window. Leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It appeared to me then, counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Okay, sure. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
I'm glad someone has some common sense sometimes.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely. Do you mean to say he was using that fork too? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. Ah! But the bar broke in half. So perhaps he didn't go very well. Good gracious! What? Goodbye. Lord Van Zeeks! I was throwing my hands up in despair.
Really now? Did you have to include the bottle?
And happened to catch my hollow chalice on the way. Please, forgive my maladroit mistake. Are you sure? I love him. What is the meaning of this counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well...
that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
That's it! That's exactly it!
Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigations revealed no signs of another vessel that contained poison. And, on the night in question, there are no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever to suggest otherwise. Even if William Shamspear is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these, facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense... I was gonna say, how does the defense feel?
feels very shitty, sir. Mr. Naruhodo, get up!
What was the point of this last examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? Raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous methods employed by Mr. Shamspear to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks has highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what we would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? The learned is gone, so he thinks I'm an idiot now. At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to lack of evidence. Oh, he noticed that too, did he? But the situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses that take the stand. Don't be absurd! What is this nonsense? Yes, everything that learned so far together and considered a whole is clear. There's a question that we now need to consider, namely, was there poison in tea? We've all led to believe that this strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lip that night. There is no other possibility. And since there are no traces of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for the traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. Oh, if they did, I really hope they didn't take the soap out of the window. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can you tell us? I'm assuming it's the soap again? I'm gonna say. I'm assuming it's the soap again. Good gracious! Okay, it's alright. The soap again? The same bar the victim used to fashion his coin of ice? Yes, that's right, Mr. Lord. I've just come back, it just came back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap! Soap? What bars of soap do you light up the ledge outside of the window? I'm quite certain that they were originally stumbled upon the bars of soap. There were actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins were found in the soap that at the time weren't normal ice. There's something strange about them, you mean? Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of the statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in his trial. Yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspear's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water, especially to make it. And this is the result! I will never touch tea again! Never! Ah yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, at such occasion, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. And so, on the night in question, Mr. Shamspear, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word! There were 2 bars of soap at the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Borrowed is a term to use there. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present in the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside of Mr. Shamspear's window. Extraordinary! Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been a mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all! you smug. The ponies. Oh, he's really hot under the collar today. I'm easily ruffling his feathers. Jeez. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once.
He's a little grumpy today. Maybe he didn't have his favorite breakfast. Maybe there wasn't any milk when he was eating his cereal. Or maybe his favorite cereal got all soapy. Or not soapy, I mean, soaky.
And the defense requires a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to amend the scene at once! Yes, my lord, understood. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
No, I
want to take a nap. Good night. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the sea and carry out the requisite test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow? Wait, literally the day... What? The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations appropriate in the internal. Yes, my lord. Oh my god. This trial took like a whole 3 hours. I know you're telling me we have to go back to it tomorrow? And that there's an investigation between them? Oh my god, this case is longer than I thought it would be. Well, I managed to scrape through there somehow. Jesus! Oh man, so... Okay, so here's my plan now. We have another investigation scene, so I'm gonna try to finish that this stream. And then, we'll do the rest of the case tomorrow. Okay? I'm gonna have like a stream on the weekends. Same time. Not this time. My usual time. Before the fucking internet people cut my internet last night. Thank you, Council. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. I'll try to finish the investigation scene today. Investigations Part 3, Jesus. Wait! What? Where's all my shit? Phew, I made it back in one piece. Just, oh wait, this is, no, Leoniska suddenly became very effeminate. Oh no, right, because they probably haven't settled in yet. Because after Natsume's case, they just got into Sherlock's place. Yeah. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages in the street of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Aww. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Hada-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer. I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be me, shouldn't. It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same thing if he was with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Ooh. Let's examine it pre-move-in.
Why did I do this, Athene? Why did they make me sad?
Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. This is for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, doesn't really matter, does it? You're right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave this spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Jesus. Oh, you can't even interact with this. Nothing on the shelves. The floors. I think there's a table here. In Susie's room. I heard that there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san. As you well know. Wait, where does he sleep? He probably just sleeps here, huh? He probably just like has a futon. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looks very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young lady's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secrets I have is the 5 yen banknote hidden in the backside of my Daruma. What? Naruhodo stole from the bank. These tanks were keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes! The English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display at home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too! Holy shit! I'm not sure that's really the idea. Okay. Where else can we? Oh, we can fully explore. This has been this place for some time. My heart nearly stopped when Mr. Shamspear said it was set up like that same. This is where poor Mystery was struck down. We don't really just going to do alright. Even when they're a little worse for wear, the English rooms are so splendid and colorful. Visiting a cold, dark jail brings home the reality of crime and punishment. Let's just talk. It really does that. They really do. Like, just when it catches you off guard too. Like, when you wouldn't think they'd bring up Kazuma after that case, considering they were just talking about how, oh, we barely got by the skin of our teeth there. And then like, yeah, but the one who really should be scraping by the skin of the teeth is Kazuma, my best friend, my partner, the only person who could have saved me during that one time, the one person who gave me hope and belief, and the one person who I vowed to carry on his mission for. And also, it's quite a shock earlier, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a bare-faced gas thief as well. Yes, That was certainly a surprise to all of us. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sasuke-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Sasato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear that we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah, yes, he said Saint Bartholomew. Oh, there's a different one. Or Ports, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was staying. Oh, so it wasn't the same one Sherlock was put in. Ah, yes, after Sasuke stabbed her in the back. Do be careful with your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasuke an apology. Saint Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Ah! Why did I do this? Why did I have this? Why did I have that third choice? Why did I have that third choice? I hate them. So, we know that Sasuke-san took tea to the victim on the night in question, but as he isn't the culprit, then obviously, yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. They literally just did that, didn't they? Wait, I need fucking water. The judge's voice always hurt my throat a little. Not hurt, but just make it a little uncomfortable. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something that in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Now, naturally, Scotland and detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Motherfuckers didn't think to check a fucking window. Jesus. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we were to Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma. Oh, the fucking music died and everything. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Kazuma Asagi. The best friend I ever had! Oh. I hate this game. Kazuma Asagi. The best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. The music! I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. It made my dick very hard. And then after the trial, that crazy idea I came up with. A stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Ah! Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Yeah, it really is. I love it. I love this track so much. I love both of Kazuma's track. This is the one playing right now is Kazuma Asagi Nocturne, and then the one that plays that's also very Japanese theme is Samurai on a Mission. Samurai on a Mission or With a Mission? I forgot which. Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial that you really ought to go to law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got the natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. That's just Ryu. After he said that, he just whined like that. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma, my dead boyfriend. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. Oh? Are you judging Kazuma's wishes now? Or... I don't know. The thoughts just take hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? Ah! Jesus Christ! The fucking sword scared me! I got jump scared by the fucking sword! I mean this! His katana? I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. I really don't. I really don't, huh? And also... Dude... this case just has all of the genres. There was horror at one point. I got jump scared here. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it in my sight in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, that night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down for generations of the Asogi clan. You're so sexy. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course, I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What do you mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that the answer of the question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found out a single clue. I see. Okay, that's it. Okay, I guess. Let's go greet the insane white people downstairs. Oh, Bruno and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am! And you look so immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? I've been in court doing my job, bitch. We've been in court? Oh, but Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go?
Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least.
Really? I think I'd like to see it. But I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long.
See? Okay, so for context, this is happening before the 5th case where Sherlock and Van Zieks officially met in court. You know, when like Sherlock was undercover as a bailiff. And this is just confirming they've met before.
Is Lord Van Zieks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Oh, that is just my natural body musk, Mr. Sutter. Oh, Madame. I haven't showered in 9 days.
Yes, what is it?
It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear.
Alright, I'll bite. What is he up to now?
No, I want to examine.
These are all new, too. I'm mentioning this before, I guess. Ah, fake. Oh shit. God damn it.
Oh no, I accidentally clicked out and now it's messing up in the OBS. Ow!
That's really good. I think. I should have locked this thing. God damn it. That looks good. I should have really locked it. There we go. Right, I don't see any dark lines in it. Okay.
Ah! Look at her! She's so cute!
I won't bother her for now. Okay, let's go to Sholmes' side. This enormous machine takes up an entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing.
Ah! Hairless Great Analytical, yes! It can analyze anything at all, you know?
But I've never seen anyone actually using it.
Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it.
Why did you get it to analyze its own operation then?
Ooh, Bruno, you're razor sharp today, aren't you? Ooh, you're a little feisty today.
Ooh.
Ah, fuck.
Did the Lord Van Zieks' bad mood rub off on you? There's a lot of these shelves, chemistry apparatus, books and papers, and a lot of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple over at any moment.
It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance.
I don't get it. As it happens, As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelves in my office finally gave up under the strain, though.
It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. Shit, scathing.
I really don't get it. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery that's called... What's it called again? Shoddy something?
Oh, yes. This wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo?
Stragiver...
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think.
Holy shit!
I do like this fireplace. It's like one of the best things I've seen since arriving in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Narada. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about Sasasa Sisi. See, this is also another thing we talked about. Buddy and I talked about. Like, he seems indigent about all of this stuff that people are like, all of this stupid shit people are claiming he will do, and then he's like, you know, I'm not that stupid, right? But we have confirmed multiple times that he is in fact actually that stupid. Case. It's curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table, and even more curious, I think it's Iris's father's note about Mr. Sholm's cases are inside it.
You mustn't look there, Runo. Those notes are a secret between Daddy and me.
Mr. Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secrets?
Apparently touched to forget, you see. As soon as you solve the case, in fact.
Once, when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it.
Never have I solved in such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant.
Sometimes, I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Look at all these chickens. Mementos from Mr. Sholmes' past case. You know, citizens always still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them.
But yours don't, do they, Runo?
Well, I don't read the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes now, but by order of Mrs. Well, I have read the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes now by order of Mrs. Sato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. His disillusion.
Well, he does solve the cases, in the end.
I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. Like what?
Look at it, it's so cute.
It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is. Okay, he just disappears. I'm here now.
I teleported like 5 feet from my chair to here. It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Right here, I'll fetch the special blend that I prepared for today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? She looks so happy at the prospect.
And after you've drank it, I'll collect some experimental data, if that's alright.
Just what is she about to make me drink? Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's in the Blackbird today? Buck up, Bruno. What's this?
Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of the next month's installment. Another idea I had was the Beryl Coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno?
Anything but buck up Bruno, obviously.
I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait till next month to see.
So many sleepless nights. There's a charming little white shelf as well as charming little bottles too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Ah, a charming shelf full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients.
You know, Herlin mistakenly drank one of them the other day.
What? And how?
I think he was lucky though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation.
It's living with Mr. Sholmes is a hazardous occupation if you ask me.
What are you doing, baby?
If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter.
To think that every single one of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossom from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought.
I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow. And that made Iris angry. What did you do?
Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again.
That might be Susato-san angry as well. Okay, let's talk to him. What do you have to say for yourself?
Lord Van Zix! Yes.
Lord Bavok Van Zix. yes. It's an interesting sobriquet. It's an interesting sobriquet he has, hasn't it? The Ripper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. And just fucking Van Ziek's theme starts blasting through the windows. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the flames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is a fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Ziek's own hand. As it happens, Mrs. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh? But why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Ripper always has a cast-iron alibi. The fact that he always has an alibi is more suspicious, to be honest. Really? And so, his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I've heard. In fact, it was very well the day I arrived, and I was thrust into the trial at Old Bailey. The bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Ripper again. Or, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Oh my god, it took him literally so many cases to catch the racism. I'm so proud of you. Japanese people. Okay, what's the foul smell about? So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What the hell is that? What is that? My dear fellow! It is, of course, Melita's invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. What? Oh my! There's some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some London less frequent areas. I didn't read. They regularly sell the purports to be high quality tea, but it is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is present with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris!
At the ready, Hurley.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It turned dark. It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off! Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor. The better the tea is. What? It appears that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your invention, Mr. Schultz. Hence, why this chemical test is merely a test, madame. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, they're such exhilarating times. I regularly engage in these scientific experimentations alongside my unofficial consultant detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be a foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea in Enzikin was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. Okay, what's with the racism again? With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Schultz? It was about 10 years ago that Baroque Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion... I thought it said closeted, and I was like... Hail from the Empire of Japan. No! What the... Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes! What happened? I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. What? You bitch! Why did you grab my balls like that and squeeze? Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Fine! So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is! An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then? Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our court as evidence, I might add. Really? We are dragging our heels here. I haven't even heard of them until recently, which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Schultz? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints. Oh god, what the hell is that now? The nomenclature of my own design. As this chemical agent that makes it possible to instantly reveal objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensics talents in action very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno! See you later! Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course! You said so just a moment ago! You said we'd witness your forensics talents in action! Ah, yes, I do recall something along the lines. But, you go ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Schultz. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Reno! Bye, Susie! I wonder if he's here in this room. Ah, there he is! Mr. Schultz has been making funny faces at something in his desk. I thought he said he was going to come with us in Mr. Shakespeare's room. No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Hanamoto. Something amazing. I thought he was making funny faces. How is he doing that in his sleep? And he's doing it while asleep. There are no limits to this man's talent! Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking some of her herbal tea. The plant there from the right would be good for you, Rito. Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. She's so cute, I love her! Should we go here? What do you suppose is happening? It looks like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken, my foot! You were looking at my painting! The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of a man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustache villain giveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish he just died in that poison. Wow! God have mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigor still. Yeah, he has a lot of vigor. Behold! My Sham-Spear dance! Stop threatening the poor lady! This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh, lo! 'Tis the lawyer from the Landwoods visit the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Sham-Spear? Maui, I do believe I have returned it onto another ward. He was looking! That's what he was doing! Looking at my terrible work! Asa, fellow, so darkly clad. Fate, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that don't mean things will go wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Oh! He stroked that shaft to full straight hardness. Oh no! Excellent. Mr. Sham-Spear might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin a man down. I'm so sorry. You're such an awful person. Miss Green, is everything alright? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to get home, Miss Green. Oh, dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Okay. These are all stuff for all. Making sure I didn't miss anything. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back with a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh, no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back at this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Ah, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Is that it? Is that all? I can verse her, so let's just move. I wanna look at Briar Road first, real quick. There's the soap. It's all been examined. Soap, my Crystal Tower, Snowman. Is the guard up room? Mr. Garda appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. That means that we're definitely gonna talk to him later. This stuff are all due because Mr. Garda isn't here. Shit. We probably shouldn't poke around here while Mr. Garda is out. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Oh. Oh, Mr. Natsume's back! So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello? Hey, I'm a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or her log shows. I don't know about courts or trials or old bailies. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Narada, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has! Completely! So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Narada, he hasn't fully thought of his identity yet! Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality! Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I'm not a cat. It worked! It's back into real world! It's going to become me! No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! The cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope! Yes! Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant! But... The Reaper is omnipresent! In court! In my lodgings! Here! There! Everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? You think perhaps there are some things we should discuss? Oh, yes. Yes, we must. Okay. This morning trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life! Welcome to Mr. Naruto Esquire! Are two kinds. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we just used, and are analyzing it as they speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea! They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a... solemn sworn, Soseki, certainly! Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes, most definitely. Remember? Drink tea while it's hot! We both poured it down our throats, like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, we were both completely fine, as shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear were engaged in a Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamspear! What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what's in it, Mr. Nasumi? About the soap, of course! What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am! If I had money, I would have chosen to live in a cursed existence and decided to curse lodgings! Oh, yes, you said that's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts me this day. This place, and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Might I ask locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? Okay, I guess that's it. Yeah, it's probably making me go to Shamspear's room. Let's go. Hey! Oh! Hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has the right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Why is my nose so itchy all of a sudden when Gregson appears? Wait 1 second. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes. One other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright. And there was a small amount of tea in it. As you said, I knew it. It's with the identification section in the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry, I just moved my mic a little closer. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Ooh, everyone's surprised that I made bad things all flawless. Yo. I'm not paying attention to him. Okay, Gregson. I can't see the leak. There it is. I guess his body was covered it the first time. Huh? If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. I mean, you guys have a fireplace. Look at how dark the state of the floor is beneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out of the ice coins melted as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspear must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. God damn it. For some reason I couldn't click on that. It made me use a spacebar. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who is stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion.
Now, I think of it, I'm sure the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
That's fiction, Mrs. Sato. Let's hope it stays that way.
So, it turns out that Mr. Shakespeare wasn't eating the soap at all.
That's right. The mystery of which he had it on the plate whilst holding the fork in his hand is solved.
Yes, to prize his latest ice coin out of his mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke a bar of soap in half.
It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Wait, what is this? The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window.
Yeah, yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap aside, can't you?
That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mrs. Sato.
Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, we're not gonna take it off, okay. I'm ignoring you.
Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
On Lord Vanzik's orders? Yeah. Don't come back till you got something from me. Oh, he says. Wow. Don't come back until you have something from me. Ooh, I can just imagine him saying that. Ooh.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every little nook and cranny of this place. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest.
Are they still not investigatable? Okay. Mr. Sholmes! What are you up to over there? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend this? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
It's not a time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensics talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, madame. Oh! Oh, I like that look. Ooh, he looks so good with the mask on. Ooh. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. He has a gun! Holux shows sensational skin print seeker gun. He has a gun! Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shakespeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with the chemicals, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them out. Ah, Ryu puts his mask on. That's so cute. There, now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? A little press of... Oh shit, this is a new mechanic! We're getting introduced to a new mechanic. A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required, like this. What's this stuff? It's just fog. It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is pressurized gas. It's the most effective way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements in the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore! Yeah! Okay, he's already sprayed that part. Let's spray. Okay, a lot in there. What about the table? I feel like that's a little standing. Oh, the box! He moved this box around, okay? Holy shit. Look! There are dozens of handprints over there. So there are, great, many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out each one individual printed fact. Brrr. It's just a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture for such close quarters, I feel. Well, unless you're blind, like me. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. A bit of a mystery, then. Okay. What? Okay, I was confused. There's a time on the ground. Somehow there are handprints there. Okay, so what else do I do here? This is so fun, I won't lie. I can just imagine Ryunosuke having the time of his life with that like spray gun. Apparently he doesn't touch the stove. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, that's what I did, but how do I get out of here? I'm assuming I haven't found all of it. Because I can't like get out of here in this state. Like how do I examine that? The box also looks suspicious. Stuck. Oh, look at all this, like all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over there, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. Oh shit, I think it was Sato speaking that one time. I think that's something only a great detective would do. Fuck, he said great again. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay, I think I got it. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over the room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floorboard there, and on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants investigations. It won't be a moment. Oh! Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato? Look there! Mr. Naruto, one of the floorboards has popped out! One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato! Now, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you doing? What are you doing? Inspector Vixen! Stand aside. Right this minute. It's my job to investigate there. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around the floor here.
Your fast talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sherlock or Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Oh, can you share it with us at least? Oh, okay. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think it would fit a I don't think I could fit a Stratotami mask. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious?
Oh! I'll investigate at once.
Oh? She's so tiny! She needed to stand in the box! There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in a place like that. Click. There you are, a print for you. Yay! A photographic print. Thank you! Oh, thank you very much. His inventions can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floors there. I'm desperate to know!
And so am I!
You good there, my good man? I can't even investigate it. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really? It's been too long!
What is it, Sholmes?
I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such good friends.
We're not friends.
No way. Aww! Oh! He sounds genuinely sad! Oh! No, I suppose not. That's a small failure! Yes, I heard. Ugh, I'd kill to know what's under the floorboard.
Alright then. Fair's fair.
What?
You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in.
Really, Inspector? Thank you! Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather.
Oh, stop making me out to some kind of nut.
There are 3 items under the floorboard there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and 10 bucks.
Now, what do you want to know?
All of it!
It looks like this was cut out from the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester.
How terrible.
It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, but nature got to him first.
Oh my goodness! He'd committed a capital offense?
Man by the name of Selden. Masterpiece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000.
A hoard? Of treasure, you mean?
Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where. And now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell. Or some such was the headline.
Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully and casketed under the floor?
I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the newspaper what we've got on Selden back in the yard and see if we can turn anything up.
Ooh, let me see. Let me see. I want to see the picture! Manchester's Stageaways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes. In the early hours this morning, he had been suffering with high fever since end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmates, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Then criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Eh? Graphic print. Oh, that's the dude with Miss Green. Why is he with Garda? So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me.
Aww, he's smiling.
Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house there. Here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garda, the landlord, of course. But who's the man on the right? Mr. Garda's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? Yeah. We can presume, therefore, that the yacht already knows the identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Huh. Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. Oh, my dear Inspector, if I may be so bold to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisures, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you.
And this will failure. Yes, I heard. The hidden photograph. Okay. Is it one of those photographs that's been... I wonder why this photograph like this was hidden under the floor. Okay, it's not one that you can flip. I mean, Mr. Shamsper himself isn't in it. The photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garda was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Okay, what's in the tin box? Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspear! Give us a clue, man!
You didn't even have a chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least you found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty.
Rather like how I feel inside you!
Shit, what the fuck? Sometimes stuff like this makes me relate to Naruhodo so much because that is actually how I would respond. Is there nothing more in this box then? I wonder.
Can we have it? Can I have it? No, I want it in my thingy! I didn't get it. Meow. Hello! Careful of the candle! Hello! Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat! What is his name again?
It's Mr. Natsume. It's Mr. Natsume, isn't it? I thought its name is Mr. Natsume. I don't think we've ever asked him actually. Why don't we call it Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got here. Clever cat.
Wonderful. Well done, Wagahai. Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. The precious little kitty good.
What is he still doing there?
He couldn't be happier. Now look.
I just hope he can bring some happiness to his owner too.
Hello, tiny little kitty cat. Oh, he's pawing. Big stretch, big stretch.
I wonder if you have dialogue options.
That was a chicken de lumpia, Magahay.
That's it?
Oh, he's so adorable. I could sit and watch it forever.
I think you may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to.
No, that's it. I want to drink it more.
I'm gonna talk to him. Okay. My heart and mood is on. Is Mr. Garrett back? No. I guess it's prison because Susie's light here is different. Maybe I can present him with something? This is weird. Maybe we can present the picture to Gregson? No, okay. Wait, can I do that while I'm still there? No, I can't. The present button isn't there. What moves do you have? What about the is able to leave the hospital? Detected and come true. Wonder what exciting measures evade us. Struck down or nope, don't have anything new here. I feel like the only thing that's different is Mr. Natsume's thing. But how do I get him to like speak up more? I think I feel I need to present him something for him to open up. Maybe the picture? No. Oh, okay. Maybe he has something to say about this picture? Okay, no. This. Oh! That's what he reacts to? It's completely unrelated to him at a glance, but sure. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting from when we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicted my lodgings. Was he the one who died? What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you know about this evil spirit. Okay, there we go. I wouldn't have thought the newspaper was the one to present to him. Jeez. The truth is, I don't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time, he was hiding out in the lodgings at Mr. Garredup's house. I thought the other one was an artist, so I was assuming it was Miss Green's boyfriend? Friend? What? He live where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my! Your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? But before his sentence could carry out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse! What really is the curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in that room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Oh, okay, so... Are you shitting me? There's been like 3 deaths here coming now. Almost 4 because of fucking Sham Spear. Oh, okay, so 2. Miss Green also isn't dead. Fuck, they're affecting me. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like kids are dealing with now. So, what's the convict's curse? So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Oh no, we got you. Gas? I only found out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I probably have been too scared to check the room. Landlords, please, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And this is Ryunosuke, he got scared of the ghost story too. And now you believe this curse is affecting you? It is, at first. I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The debtor tried to take me with him, comfort me, and tried to suffocate me. And when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. Why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating it overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out of the room. Feels... wait. Bro, what the fuck? That is dangerous! The pilot light always goes out and the room is filled with gas? How have you not died yet? What the fuck? But that's terrible! It's exactly the same situation as led to the previous occupant's death. And then what happened to Mr. Shamspear last night when he was mysteriously poisoned? There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garridem's rooms? I feel so bad for Mr. Garridem, though. He isn't like a bad guy, but he's having to deal with all of this. Oh. That's it. I guess we have to move. Okay. Okay. Mr. Garridem is the only one that's new. He's probably home now. There has been gas leaks in his room. I guess he's only been staying there for 1 week, but Jesus, he could probably die if he stayed there any longer. Ah, you're here, Mr. Garridem. Right, Paul, the business isn't for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, been on my lodgings, hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. A bit of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital and burned on one occasion already. Mr. Garridem, I'm just saying. Sell your house. Even if you're gonna make like barely a nil with it, sell your house and move to the countryside, please. I'm begging. I don't really hate you that much. I don't want you to go through this. And the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on. Don't you know? Hey, is it here? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. You don't have to stand for us. I really feel bad for this old man. You don't have to stand, please. Just sit down. I know your leg is bad and everything.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh?
Surely it's all the same thing. Yeah, it's all the same thing. Unless Sherlock is hanging around somewhere. Shit. I already read that. I wanted to click the arrows. Okay, so he's not hanging around. Okay, so to Mr. Garrett.
Some fishy fellows from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh?
Yes, that house seems to become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late.
Thanks to that Bali curse.
The convict's curse, indeed.
Ah, heard the story, have ya?
Rotten scoundrel was arrested here.
Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next?
Please, I'm begging you. Please just move out. I'm begging you, please.
Am I next, eh? Oh, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say that the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by a knife, and Mr. Shamsir, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is the blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Possibly, I'd be quite content with such logics. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace. A fascinating history. Why? It sounds like a lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included. No fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames of your gas lamps up here?
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there are any mishaps or such likes.
I think you've had your mishaps already, sir.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That's not helpful, Mr. Schultz. Heavens forgive me. The world just came to my lips.
Mr. Schultz, don't be mean to him. He's trying his best.
Some fishy fellow from the far east village. Okay? Sorry for that, Mr. Garrett. That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. It's right that he looks like he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away. Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never came across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. Really? I don't think it was the rules of background he was keen so much as Chief Brent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shakespeare been lodged under your roof?
That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
3 months. So, around the time the guy died? Only 3 months. It's quite new here too then. And to what do you owe your certainty that in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I might ask?
Well, it was the Selden scoundrel as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Does Selden and Shamster have some kind of connection then?
The convicted chap, Selden, passed away in the clique 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, I've seen a report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days after that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, remember it quite distinctly.
Just small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shakespeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor of an erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. I already have a lodger in the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curls might be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's the ground floor or nothing.
Very well then. We have an accord. Okay, so there's clearly is the storyline here now that Shakespeare wanted to get into Selden's room in hopes of finding treasure in it. Sorry, excuse me. So but unfortunately that young lad already took lodgings, and did Shakespeare kill him so that he can move into the second one? I mean, into the middle floor, but then Natsume moved there almost like the same day he died, or like a day after, just immediately before he even had a chance.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road.
Lo! A Shakespeare dance to celebrate! I really feel bad for Mr. Garrett, man. He's just trying his best.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with rent too. Yes, the fellow's a bally player, alright.
So he hasn't paid rent since he arrived? Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrett. We are most grateful. Wait, you're just leaving like that? By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. He did not just do that! I hate him! Give him a robe! Not my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me. What happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow! One of his famous lines! I wish to divulge my own learning set of subjects, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more amp lines then. Okay, that's it, I believe. Moving around a lot. Oh, right! We need to present this picture to him. No, this picture. Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once.
Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. I'm trying to find the pun in that name. Because if it isn't a pun, then it's an actual Sherlock Holmes character. Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, a young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what our Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in a room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him?
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it by moving to the middle room around a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young student was always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind him. A history of cheap rent, maybe. Yes. Well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out
the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather targeted to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Okay, that doesn't make sense then. Because Natsume's only been on his lodgings for a week and he's saying that he died in the month. So he had like plenty of time to move in if he wanted to. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bawled collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. Poor guy. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after he had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Barley curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now! Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Aww. Probably Miss Green. A love letter, you mean? Yes. Where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. Ew, if you'll excuse me, let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Oh. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? Madam Mrs. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no! Sadly, he didn't address it though, so I've no means to deliver the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. What's going to play on my mind? That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to man's beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please! I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged in a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sasuke-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just that, or that her name? Is it chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Narado, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mrs. Sato? No. Well, did we get it? Did we get the letter? We didn't. Are you not gonna give it to us? Okay. Mr. Narado, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. It's good news, but hopefully, just before she leaves... Oh! What is it? What are you? Miss Green! Who was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Hello, everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I could be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. This is the card Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either! And maybe you, Mrs. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, huh? This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days... no! Do not do that! Never do that! I always take it all at once. Oh no! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear. And I thought it was a screen I should be worrying about at the moment. I don't think there's anything new. Yeah, okay. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering in wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should be keeping anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't be standing around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Well, no, I present to you the picture. Like, there's no button to get it to present the mouse. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh shit, I think we just passed her. I think we just knocked her out. Oh, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did that. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Sherlock, take a lick of it. What is it? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No? It's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away, and the landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreams of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged and to be married actually. Oh no! Sorry guys, I just received very important telegrams. Sorry guys. I just received some very important stuff, but let's put that for later. I just received a letter. Would you believe that? An actual paper letter in this day and age. That's why we decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. Oh no, I'm so sad for you. And that's what led him to Mr. Garlab's. Yes, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, It's all in the past now, I suppose. Oh no! Is the rat going to drink the thing? The rat has been bothering me this entire time. Is it going to drink the medicine? Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that it's her. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has very reason to feel the universe is against her. Oh no, the rat! I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave this hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. It's either Susato or Schultz. And Schultz hasn't spoken in a while. Mr. Naruto. Yep. Oh no! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Well, Mr. Schultz, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. I thought they were just with him. Apparently they left him behind, jeez. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Schultz, what's this about? Something which occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Santa, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Okay, is Miss Green the one who poisoned? Okay, wait. So here's how I think it's playing out. Clearly, Shamspear was after something in the middle room, but he couldn't get to it because Duncan was living there, so he killed Duncan. But eventually, I think Miss Green found out about it, and so that's why she in turn is now trying to kill Shamspear. That's how I think it's playing out now. Instead of preventing a case before it happens, that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So, let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. There's a fucking dead rat on the floor. Oh, what is this? Ah shit! No, I didn't mean to click it. Okay. So first things first, this picture is now investigatable. Mr. Duncan Ross. Who would ever have thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose a loved one's fiance must be painful enough. I know Rio wouldn't know he lost his boyfriend. But then, Miss Green suffered an awful injury, and outside her fiance's former lodgings too. Fate can be very cruel sometimes. Okay, that letter. It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. Indeed, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hands, in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Jones believes is about to happen there. Perhaps you should ask Miss Green about it. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think? Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That's of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilled out onto the floor. And the poor master drank it. sadly died. I'm just imagining that Ryunosuke is covering Chinosuke's eyes on his shoulders. Like, Chinosuke, no, don't look. This is a very gruesome scene. It's of your kin. Ah! I think it's clear the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently. Okay. I guess that was the main concern then. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Aw, he looks actually concerned though. Ah! Once you'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please! Please talk to us! Okay. Guess we're talking to her now? 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it wasn't being quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings. He always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when I wasn't looking. Conspicuously, how do you say that? Conspicuously likes a bottle, likes a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought if I drank it, I might just stop the pain somehow. Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, the poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this from my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? No, none. Oh! That's the other half of the envelope we got. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written in the envelope or the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that had put me in the hospital. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. 17th of this month? That's the day you were stabbed in Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad. Yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road. Being a street that Mr. Garridem's house is on, yes, if established. This mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back with a knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Always on his way, so she didn't even get the information after being struck like that day out. Goodness! So that's what you were doing in Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm very sorry to have drag up such painful memories of you for you. No, it's fine. Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like this again? Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway, though it's still on the floor. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had to close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Oh wait, so she doesn't know about who Dustin could have done. Okay, so that removes the theory that she killed him. Or she tried to poison Shamlock. Wait, Shamlock? No! Shamspear! Shit! Oh no, I accidentally gave Sherlock a new nickname. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street and Mr. Sholmes. Ooh. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigation trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Dorahoe, though, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court? Do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspear, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering what the results of the analysis into Mr. Natsume's team. Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Vipa. Oh dear. Yes, Rock Van Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And I doubt I was late to rise this morning. And though I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed as crisp hours and attend the trial. Please don't. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come? Indeed! Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san has battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriots, to lift the curse that gripped him. And Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Yay! To be continued! We got it! Ah, okay. As promised, I'll only do until this part of this story. We are going to finish the trials tomorrow at my usual time, not this bullshit time I was forced into because of the internet people. I call them internet people like they're some kind of cryptids, but yeah. My back hurts. What? I've been streaming for like some 5 hours now. Jesus. Okay. So I will leave that stream for today. Hopefully, I don't get any more incidents with the internet tomorrow, and I can stream at my usual time and finish the case. No, it would be kind of weird because it's a weekend stream. But listen, I'm really convinced. I really want to do the third case on a Monday after I've gotten some rest. I'm scared, okay? People are like hyping it up and scaring me with it. Like after the stream yesterday, Mari was like, "Oh, don't worry, you're on a train for pain," and I was like, "Fear." So I will leave that stream here today, and I will see you all tomorrow. See ya! Bye bye! Jane.